लीटरों के आसपास होता है अगर सिंगल डे का करो।
मतलब
98,000 लगते हैं साल भर में, ठीक है, एक साल
खाने की
किचन मेंटेन करने, बट फिर भी अपन अगर तुम 50 का भी सामान लाओगे तो पूरा हो जाएगा एक टाइम का। बटर के पैकेट, टोमेटो के पैकेट,
कोई तो होगा ना, कोई नहीं।
यहाँ कोई नहीं, पर बाहर चलो तो फिर किचन के पास आएंगे, किचन में पूछ लेंगे। परेशान सुनिए तुम रहा पाँच बजे ना और काट सकते
तो शायद फूट कर देगी।
बैठ यहाँ को वाईफाई आता है देखने को चाहिए तो यहाँ मेरा है वाईफाई। Can we donate something for the kitchen?
For the kitchen, yeah, you could put in the altar, or you just donate directly to the kitchen.
Okay. And what can we donate in the kitchen?
Any vegetarian products which are not garlic, which are garlic free, onion free.
Okay, so and do we accept rice?
Sorry?
Rice as well? Rice?
Yeah. It's wonderful if you donate rice, so you just have to go to the kitchen with the babies and we're gonna cook for them this rice.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Shining lamp.
huh?
Have you seen this shining lamp?
Nice, huh? Beautiful. Sundar Jagannath, he did it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Is it too windy? Should I close one of the windows?
It's fine.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Very nice. Umagyanatimirandasya Gananjana Shakayam Yakshurum Meditam Yena Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swaparam Mandeham Shri Guru Shri Chaitanya Devam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sadhanam Lalita Hare Krishna Padam Scha Hare Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaiva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I was just want to ask you because it's quite cold. So we start from verse 1 to 39. So we are reading from Bhagavad Gita as it is, chapter 18, conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Yeah, we want to start, Norana, at 3 words.
Verse 1. Arjuna said, O mighty Armed One, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, Tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, Sannyasa, O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, Sannyasa, and giving up the results of all activities is what the wise call renunciation, Tyaga. Verse 3. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty, yet other sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned.
O best of the Bharats, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of 3 kinds. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion.
Verse 7. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. Verse 9. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done, and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness.
The intelligent renouncer is situated in a mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work.
It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after that. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy.
Verse 13. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of this from me. Verse 14. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul, these are the 5 factors of action. Verse 15. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors.
Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the 3 constituents of action.
According to the 3 different modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge, action, and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. That knowledge by which one sees that in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion.
And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruity results, is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion.
That action performed in illusion, in disregard of scriptural injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. The worker who is attached to work in the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, who is envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion.
The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the 3 modes of material nature. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness.
O son of Pritha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Pritha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness.
But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of darkness. O best of the Bharats, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys, and by which it sometimes comes to the end of all distress.
That which in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first but poison at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance.
So today we are reading verse 66, very important. Sarva dharmam parityaja mamekam saranam vraja ham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami masucha. Translation: abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The Lord has described various kinds of knowledge and processes of religion. Knowledge of the Supreme Brahman, knowledge of the Supersoul, knowledge of the different types of orders and statuses of social life, knowledge of the renounced order of life, knowledge of non-attachment, sense and mind control, meditation, etc. Haribol, Hare Krishna. He has described in so many ways different types of religion. Yes, look, 850. Yeah, we are reading a purport now, 850.
Dus ze lezen het vers
Ja.
en dan krijg je het commentaar. Dat is ook van Srila Prabhupada, dus dat is van...
Okay, so I'm here, around here, yeah. Now, in describing, in summarizing Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that Arjuna should give up all the processes that have been explained to him. He should simply surrender to Krishna. That surrender will save him from all kinds of sinful reactions, for the Lord personally promises to protect him. In the 7th chapter, it was said that only one who has become free from all sinful reactions can take to the worship of Lord Krishna. Thus one may think that unless he is free from all sinful reactions, he cannot take to the surrendering process. To such doubts, it is here said that even if one is not free from all sinful reactions, simply by the process of surrendering to Sri Krishna, he is automatically freed. There is no need of strenuous effort to free oneself from sinful reactions. One should unhesitantly accept Krishna as the supreme savior of all living entities. With faith and love, one should surrender unto him. The process of surrender to Krishna is described in the Hari Bhakti Vilas 11.676. Anukulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam Rakshishyati vishvaso gopirte varanam tata atma nikshepa karpanye sadvida saranagatihi. According to the devotional process, one should simply accept such religious principles that will lead ultimately to the devotional service of the Lord. One may perform a particular occupational duty according to his position in the social order. But if by executing his duty one does not come to the point of Krishna consciousness, all his activities are in vain. Sorry. Anything that does not lead to the perfectional stage of Krishna consciousness should be avoided. One should be confident that in all circumstances Krishna will protect him from all difficulties. There is no need of thinking how one should keep the body and soul together. Krishna will see to that. One should always think himself helpless and should consider Krishna the only basis for his progress in life. As soon as one seriously engages himself in devotional service to the Lord, in full Krishna consciousness, at once he becomes freed from all contamination of material nature. There are different processes of religion and purificatory processes by cultivation of knowledge, meditation in the mystic yoga system, etc. But one who surrenders unto Krishna does not have to execute so many methods. That simple surrender unto Krishna would save him from unnecessarily wasting time. One can thus make all progress at once and be freed from all sinful reactions. One should be attracted by the beautiful vision of Krishna. His name is Krishna because he is all attractive. One who becomes attracted by the beautiful, all-powerful, omnipotent vision of Krishna is fortunate. There are different kinds of transcendentalists. Some of them are attached to the impersonal Brahman vision. Some of them are attracted by the supersoul feature, etc. But one who is attracted to the personal feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and above all, one who is attracted by the Supreme Personality of Godhead as Krishna himself, is the most perfect transcendentalist. In other words, devotional service to Krishna in full consciousness is the most confidential part of knowledge, and this is the essence of the whole Bhagavad Gita. Karma yogis, empiric philosophers, mystics, and devotees are all called transcendentalists, but one who is a pure devotee is the best of all. The particular words used here, masuchaha, don't fear, don't hesitate, don't worry, are very significant. One may be perplexed as to how one can give up all kinds of religious forms and simply surrender to Krishna, but such worry is useless. Joy, very nice.
A lot, yeah. If we can conclude in one point from accept how you call this summary, yes, the essence of everything what is said here. So here Prabhupada mentioned that Krishna, the Lord, described various kinds of knowledge and processes of religion, knowledge of the Supreme Brahman and Super Soul, knowledge of different types of social life, like this. So the thing, essence is that I would say the crown, the king of all knowledge is to surrender to Krishna, to serve Krishna, because our nature of all living entities is to be servant. And here Krishna said to Arjuna that for him it will be the best that he surrender abandon all varieties of religion, just surrender unto me. And it's important what is that don't fear and don't hesitate, don't worry, that we need to trust Krishna, that he will do that. That if you surrender, worry is here is said. Worry is useless. Yes. Yeah, I need to give a heart to the hands of Krishna. We're having faith. He will take care of us, whatever happen. And everyone should be attracted by the beautiful vision of Krishna, because Krishna is the name. His name is not different than Krishna, and Krishna means all attractive, all powerful. So there also it's mentioned that many kinds of people, transcendentalists. Some of them are attached to impersonal feature of God, Brahman vision. Some of them are attracted to the super soul is the, I would say, the guide in the heart. We have God in the heart who guide us with the words, with wisdom, all the living entity. But this can be covered because we don't want that or we don't know about that, but we can get this knowledge from the devotees who serve God. And then above all of them is one who is attracted to the Supreme Personality of God, as Krishna himself, and that's the topmost level. That means that such person is fully engaged in the service to Krishna, and so the best of all, it's such the kind of person who don't hesitate, and he really believe and trust Krishna that he will save him, and he surrender as a baby child. Surrender. He's totally dependent on parents. So the person who surrendered to Krishna is totally and completely dependent on Krishna. But also he have his own individual identity, but he obey what is said, like Arjuna obey Krishna. Arjuna is this person on the picture, and he didn't know what to do in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. It was a battlefield, and his nature, he was a warrior, and his nature was to fight. But he hesitated because on the other side there were people who were his friends, relatives, and even spiritual masters, the teachers of him. And he said, and he put the bow down, his bow and arrow, and he said, no, I should not fight because they are my good friends, and they are not my enemies at all. But his nature, but Krishna said God has his best friend. And then after he accepted Krishna as the spiritual teacher, because very respectfully he obeyed him, because he just realized that this is his nature, his duty. He put his duty in front of whatever feelings he have. This is like my impression of what is said here. He put his, like also in Ramayana, it's the first thing is that the kings, especially Ramachandra, follow duties of his nature, of his what he need to do, and not some feelings, and like this is so perishable and it's not no value. But Arjuna follow what he needed to do. So then he just fight and surrender to Krishna. That's my opinion. Krishna is Krishna's opinion, but I see like that, yeah.
Yeah, also here in the Bhagavad, Srila Prabhupada tells us that if we engage in pure devotional service to the Lord, we automatically become free from all contaminations, we become purified, and we don't need to go through all these processes that, like methods, like cultivation of knowledge, meditation, automatically, the surrender to Krishna makes us, free from sin, so we become purified. And so it's the only method, to, just say, okay, Krishna, you know what's better for me. That's what Arjuna basically said, Krishna, I surrender unto you. You are my spiritual master. I will follow you. And so Krishna gave him everything. He said, don't fear, don't be afraid. You are my dear devotee, my dear friends. Anyway, very nice. Thank you.
I would like add before we start the program that okay. Yeah, that also means that we don't fear if something happened that we don't know what to do. Then we need to ask, read what is right, what Krishna said, like, that we don't fear because we know what is right. Like.
Kiva Jayo Jayo Gora Chandler Arati Koshoba Kiva Jayo Jayo Gora Chandler Arati Koshoba Jana Vitatavane Jagamana Loba Jana Vitatavane Jagamana Loba Dakine Nitai Chan Bame Gadadara Dakine Nitai Chan Bame Gadadara Nikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chatradara Nikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chatradara Vasi Ache Gorajan Ratna Simhasane Vasi Ache Gorajan Ratna Simhasane Simmasane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane Narahari Adi Kore Chamaradulaya Narahari Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vashu Goshadigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vashu Goshadigaya Sanka baje ganta baje Madhur 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 baje Sanka baje ganta baje Madhur 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 baje Nitya Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gora Hari Bol Nitya Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Gora Hari Bol Sanka baje ganta baje baje karatala Sanka baje Bhaja Karatala Bhaje Anta Bhaje Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala Baho Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Baho Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Gala Desevana Mala Kore Jalamala Gala Desevana Mala Kore Jalamala Shiva Sukha Narada Preme Gada Gada Sukha Narada Shiva Sukha Narada Preme Gada Gada Sukha Bhakti Vinoda Dekhe Gora Sampada Gora Sampada Bhakti Vinoda Dekhe Gora Sampada Namah Vishubhadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashachare Shatarine Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Prashachare Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jayo Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jayo Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Radha Gopinatha Shri Radhe. Jayo Jagannath, Jayo Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jayo Goranitai, 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 Shishi Goranitai. Nittai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nittai Gora Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev.
Asto Tara Sada Sri Shmat, Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Gauri Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Praise Go Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Vaida Gadadha Sri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Sri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Jamuna Maya ki jai, Tulsi Bhakti Devi ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Brihat Madanga Kirtan ki jai, Samaveda Bhakti Vrinda ki jai. Oh, glorious to the assembled devotees. Oh, glorious to the assembled devotees. Oh, glorious to the assembled devotees. Oh, glorious to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, Dol Premanandi, Hari Hari. Namaste Narasringhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Ito nishinga parato nishingo. Yato yamita to nishinga. Bahia nishingo ridaye nishingo. Nishinga madim saranam prapadai. Tavakara kamala barena kama bhuta shringam. Dalita hiranya kasipu tanu bringam. Keshavadrita narahari rupa. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Tavakara Kamala Barena Kam Abhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranya Kasipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Nrsingadev, Jaya Nrsingadev, Jaya Nrsingadev, Jaya Nrsingadev, Jaya Nrsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Shingade Bhagavan Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Dol Premanandi Hari Hari. Namaste Saraswati.
I'm trying to remember one melody, and always when I come here, I can't remember it. Yes, there's one more. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Previously, I used to have a technique, and then people started correcting me to play in a proper way.
You play Indian style. It's more complicated.
So then I started confusing and
No, just
now
play.
I'm not getting confidence to play. So
Oh, I like what you're playing. It's more complicated. Actually, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. I cannot play what you play, so just come play the way you know. Okay. Is it page 674? Yes. Okay. So you're reading from Krishna book? The deliverance of Shishupal. Sorry?
you can start from 5th line, I think.
From the 5th line. Okay. Yeah. I can see that in this meeting there are many personalities who have undergone great austerities, who are highly learned, and who have performed many penances. By their knowledge and direction, they can deliver many persons who are suffering from the pangs of material existence. There are great rishis here whose knowledge has no bounds, as well as many self-realized persons and brahmanas also. And therefore I think that any one of them could have been selected for the first worship, because they are worshipable even by the great demigods, kings and emperors. I cannot understand how you have selected this cowherd boy Krishna and have left aside all these great personalities. I think Krishna to be no better than a crow. How can he be fit to accept the first worship in this great sacrifice? We cannot even ascertain which caste this Krishna belongs to, or what his actual occupational duty is. Actually, Krishna doesn't belong to any caste, nor does he have to perform any occupational duty. It is stated in the Vedas that the Supreme Lord has nothing to do as his prescribed duty. Whatever has to be done on his behalf is executed by his different energies. Shishupal continued. Krishna doesn't belong to a high family. He is so independent that no one knows his principles of religious life. Indeed, it appears that he is outside the jurisdiction of all religious principles. He always acts independently, not caring for the Vedic injunctions and regulative principles. Therefore, he is devoid of all good qualities. Shishupal indirectly praised Krishna by saying that he is not within the jurisdiction of Vedic injunctions. This is true because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That he has no good qualities, gunahina, means that Krishna has no material qualities. And because he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he acts independently, not caring for conventions in social or religious principles. Shishupal continued. Under these circumstances, how can he be fit to accept the first worship in the sacrifice? Krishna is so foolish that he has left Mathura, which is inhabited by highly elevated persons, following the Vedic culture, and has taken shelter in the ocean, where there is not even talk of the Vedas. Instead of living openly, he has constructed a fort within the water and is living in a place where there is no discussion of Vedic knowledge. And whenever he comes out of the fort, he simply harasses the citizens like a dacoit, thief, or rogue. Shishupal went crazy because of Krishna's being elected the supreme first worship person in that meeting, and he spoke so irresponsibly that it appeared that he had lost all his good fortune. Being overcast with misfortune, Shishupal continued to insult Krishna, and Lord Krishna patiently heard him without protest. Just as a lion doesn't care when a flock of jackals howl, Lord Krishna remained silent and unprovoked. Krishna didn't reply to even a single accusation made by Shishupal, but all the members present in the meeting, except for a few who agreed with Shishupal, were very much agitated because it's the duty of any respectable person not to tolerate blasphemy against God or his devotee. Some of them, who thought that they couldn't properly take action against Shishupal, left the assembly in protest, covering their ears with their hands in order not to hear further accusations. Thus, they left the meeting, condemning the action of Shishupal. It's the Vedic injunction that whenever there is blasphemy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one must immediately leave. If he doesn't do so, he becomes bereft of his pious activities and is degraded to a lower condition of life. All the kings present, belonging to the Kuru dynasty, Matsya dynasty, Kekaya dynasty, and Srinjaya dynasty, were very angry and immediately took up their swords and shields to kill Shishupal, who was so foolish that he wasn't even slightly agitated, although all the kings present were ready to kill him. Shishupal didn't care to think of the pros and cons of his foolish talking, and instead of stopping when he saw that all the kings were ready to kill him, he stood to fight with them and took up his sword and shield.
So I have a little bit cold, so don't mind. Okay. So when Lord Krishna saw that they were going to fight in the arena of the auspicious Rajasuya Yajna, he personally pacified them. Out of his causeless mercy, he himself decided to kill Shishupal. When Shishupal was abusing the kings who were about to attack him, Lord Krishna took up his disc, as sharp as a blade of a razor, and immediately separated Shishupal's head from his body. When Shishupal was thus killed, a great roar and howl went up from the crowd. Taking advantage of that disturbance, the few kings who were supporters of Shishupal quickly left the assembly out of fear for their lives. Then the fortunate Shishupal's spirit soul immediately merged into the body of Lord Krishna in the presence of all, exactly as the burning meteor falls to the surface of the globe. The merging of the Shishupal's soul into the transcendental body of Krishna reminds us of the story of Jaya and Vijaya, who fell to the material world from the Vaikunta planets upon being cursed by the four Kumaras. For their return to the Vaikunta world, it was arranged that both Jaya and Vijaya, for 3 consecutive births, would act as deadly enemies of the Lord, and that at the end of these lives, they would return to Vaikunta world and serve the Lord and his associates. Although Shishupal acted as enemy of Krishna, he was not for a single moment out of Krishna consciousness. He was always absorbed in thought of Krishna, and thus he first got the salvation of Sayugnya Mukti, merging into the existence of the Supreme, and was finally reinstated in his original position of personal service. The Bhagavad Gita corroborates the fact that one who is absorbed in the thought of Supreme Lord at the time of the death immediately enters the kingdom of God after quitting his material body. After the salvation of Shishupal, King Yudhishthira rewarded all the members present in the sacrificial assembly. He generously remunerated the priests and learned sages for their engagement in the execution of the sacrifice, And after performing all this routine work, he took his bath. This bath at the end of the sacrifice is also technical. It is called Avabharata Bhat. Avabhrata Bhat. Lord Krishna thus enabled the performance of Rajasuya Yajna arranged by King Yudhishthira to be successfully completed, and being requested by his cousins and relatives, he remained in Hastinapura for few months more. Although King Yudhishthira and his brothers were unwilling to have Lord Krishna leave Hastinapura, Krishna arranged to take permission from the king to return to Dwaraka, and thus he returned home along with his queens and ministers. The story of the fall of Jaya and Vijaya from the Vaikunta planets to the material world is described in the 7th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. The killing of Shishupal has a direct link with the narration of the Jaya and Vijaya. But the most important instruction we get from this incident is that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, being absolute, can give salvation to everyone, whether one acts as his enemy or his friend. It is therefore a misconception that Lord acts with someone in relationship of a friend and with someone else in relationship of enemy. His being an enemy or a friend is always on the absolute platform. There is no material distinction. After King Yudhishthira took his bath and at the conclusion of the sacrifice and stood in the midst of all the learned sages and brahmanas, he seemed exactly like the king of heaven, and thus looked very beautiful. King Yudhishthira generously rewarded all the demigods and who participated in the yajna. And being greatly satisfied, all of them left, praising the king's activities and glorifying Lord Krishna. When Sukadeva Goswami narrated this incident of Krishna's killing Shishupal and described the successful execution of Rajasuya Yajna by Maharaja Yudhishthira, he also pointed out that after the successful termination of the Yajna, only one person was unhappy. He was Duryodhana. Duryodhana by nature was very envious because of his sinful life, and he appeared in the dynasty of the Kurus like a chronic disease personified to destroy the whole family. Okay. Sukadeva Goswami assured Maharaja Parikshit that the pastimes of Lord Krishna, the killing of Shishupal and Jarasandha, and the releasing of the imprisoned kings are all transcendental vibrations, and that anyone who hears these narrations from authorized persons will immediately be freed from all the reactions of the sinful activities of his life. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of 74th chapter of Krishna, the deliverance of Shishupal.
Chapter 75. Why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. King Yudhishthira was known as Ajata Shatru, or a person who had no enemy. Therefore, when all the men, demigods, kings, sages and saints saw the successful termination of the Rajasuya Yajna performed by King Yudhishthira, they were very happy. That Duryodhana alone was unhappy was astonishing to Maharaj Parikshit, and therefore he requested Shukadev Goswami to explain this. Shukadev Goswami said, "My dear King Parikshit, your grandfather King Yudhishthira was a great soul. His congenial disposition attracted everyone to be his friend, and therefore he was known as Ajata Shatru, one who never created an enemy. He engaged all the members of the Kuru dynasty in taking charge of different departments for the management of the Rajasuya sacrifice. For example, Bhimasena was put in charge of the kitchen department, Duryodhana in charge of the treasury department, Sahadeva in charge of the reception department, Nakula in charge of the supply department, and Arjuna in charge of looking after the comforts of the elder persons. The most astonishing feature was that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, took charge of washing the feet of all the incoming guests. The queen, the goddess of fortune, Draupadi, was in charge of administering the distribution of food. And because Karna was famous for giving charity, he was put in charge of the charity department. In this way, Satyaki, Vikarna, Hardikya, Vidura, Santardana, and Burishrava, the son of Balika, were all engaged in different departments for managing the affairs of the Rajasuya sacrifice. They were all so bound in loving affection for King Yudhishthira that they simply wanted to please him. After Shishupal died by the mercy of Lord Krishna and merged into the spiritual existence, and after the end of the Rajasuya Yagya, when all the friends, guests, and well-wishers had been fully honored and rewarded, King Yudhishthira went to bathe in the Ganges. The city of Hastinapura stands today on the bank of the Yamuna, and the statement of Srimad Bhagavatam that King Yudhishthira went to bathe in the Ganges indicates, therefore, that during the time of the Pandavas, the river Yamuna was also known as the Ganges. When the king was taking the Avabritha bath, different musical instruments vibrated, such as mridangas, conch shells, panava drums, kettle drums, and bugles, and the ankle bells of the dancing girls jingled. Many groups of professional singers sang as venas, flutes, gongs, and cymbals were played, and thus a tumultuous sound vibrated in the sky. The princely guests from many kingdoms like Srinjaya, Cambodia, Kuru, Kekaya, and Koshala were present with the different flags and gorgeously decorated elephants, chariots, horses, and soldiers. All of them passed in a procession with King Yudhishthira in the forefront. The executive members who had performed the sacrifice, the priests, religious ministers, and brahmanas, all loudly chanted the Vedic hymns. The demigods and the inhabitants of Pitriloka and Gandharvaloka, as well as many sages, showered flowers from the sky. The men and women of Hastinapura, or Indraprastha, their bodies smeared with scents and floral oils, were nicely dressed in colorful garments and decorated with garlands, jewels, and ornaments. Enjoying the ceremony, they threw on one another liquid substances like water, oil, milk, butter, and yogurt. Some even smeared those on each other's bodies. In this way, they enjoyed the occasion. The professional prostitutes jubilantly smeared these liquid substances on the bodies of the men, and the men reciprocated in the same way. All the liquid substances had been mixed with turmeric and saffron, and their color was a lustrous yellow.
So, in order to observe the great ceremony, many wives of the demigods had come in different airplanes, and they were visible in the sky. Similarly, the queens of the royal family, gorgeously decorated and surrounded by bodyguards, arrived on different palanquins. During this time, Lord Krishna, the maternal cousin of the Pandavas, and his special friend Arjuna were both throwing the liquid substance on the bodies of the queens. The queens became bashful, but at the same time, their beautiful smiling brightened their faces. Because of the liquids thrown on their bodies, the saris covering them become completely wet. The different parts of their beautiful bodies, particularly their breasts and their waists, become partially visible because of the wet clothes. The queens brought buckets of same liquid substance, and with sirens sprinkled them on the bodies of the brother-in-laws. As they engaged in such jubilant activities, their hair fell loose, and the flowers decorating their bodies began to fall. When Lord Krishna, Arjuna, and the queens were thus engaged in these jubilant activities, persons who were not clean in heart were agitated by lustful desires. In other words, such behavior between pure males and females is enjoyable, but it makes persons who are maternally contaminated become lustful. King Yudhishthira, in a gorgeous chariot yoked to excellent horses, was present there along with his queens, including Draupadi, and their features were so beautiful that it appeared as if the great Rajasuya sacrifice was standing there in person, along with the different functions of the sacrifice. Following the Rajasuya sacrifice, there was a Vedic ritualistic duty known as Patni Samyaja. Patni Samyaja. The sacrifice which one forms along with one's wife was also duly conducted by the priests of King Yudhishthira. As Queen Draupadi and King Yudhishthira were taking their avabhrata bath, the citizens of Hastinapura as well as the demigods began to beat on drums and blow trumpets out of feelings of happiness, and there was a shower of flowers from the sky. Maybe the next two pages if you repeat, otherwise there will be a difference maybe. No problem? Okay. When the king and the queen finished their bath in the Ganges, all the other citizens consisting of all the varnas or castes, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Sudras, took their baths in the Ganges. Bathing in the Ganges is recommended in the Vedic literature because by such bathing, one is freed from all sinful reactions. This is still current in India, especially at particular auspicious moments. At such times, millions of people bathe in Ganges. After taking his bath, King Yudhishthira, dressed in a new silken cloth and wrapper, and decorated himself with valuable jewelry. The king not only dressed himself and decorated himself, but also gave clothing and ornaments to all the priests and the other who had participated in the yajnas. In this way, he worshipped them all. He constantly worshipped his friends, his family members, his relatives, his well-wishers, and everyone present. And because he was a Vaishnava, a great devotee of Lord Narayana, he knew how to treat everyone well. The Mayavadi philosophers endeavor to see everyone as God in an artificial attempt at oneness. But a Vaishnava or a devotee of Lord Narayana sees every living entity as a part and parcel of Supreme Lord. Therefore, a Vaishnava's treatment of other living entities is on the absolute platform, as one cannot treat one part of his body differently from another part, because they all belong to the same body. A Vaishnava does not see a human being as distinct from an animal, because in both he sees the soul and the super soul seated together. When everyone was refreshed after bathing and was dressed in silicon clothes with, jeweled earrings, flower garlands, turbans, long wrappers, and pearl necklaces, they looked altogether like the demigods from heaven. This was especially true of the women who were very nicely dressed. Each wore a golden belt around their waists. They were all smiling with spot of tilaka and curling their hair scattered here and there. This combination was very attractive. Those persons who had participated in the Rajasuya sacrifice, including the most cultured priests, the Brahmana, who had assisted the citizens of the Varna of all the Varnas, and the kings, demigods, sages, saints, and citizens of Pitraloka, were all very much satisfied by the dealings of King Yudhishthira, and at the end they happily departed for their residences.
While returning to their homes, they talked of the dealings of King Yudhishthir, and even after continuous talk of his greatness, they were not satiated, just as one may drink nectar over and over again and never be satisfied. After the departure of all the others, Maharaj Yudhishthir restrained the inner circle of his friends, including Lord Krishna, not allowing them to leave. Lord Krishna couldn't refuse the request of the king. Krishna, therefore, sent back all the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, Samba and others. All of them returned to Dwarka, and Lord Krishna personally remained to give pleasure to the king. In the material world, everyone has a particular type of desire to be fulfilled, but one is never able to fulfill his desires to his full satisfaction. But King Yudhishthir, because of his unflinching devotion to Krishna, could fulfill all his desires successfully by the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. From the description of the Rajasuya Yagya, such a function appears to be a great ocean of opulent desires. Such an ocean is not possible for an ordinary man to cross. Nevertheless, by the grace of Lord Krishna, King Yudhishthir was able to cross it very easily, and thus he became freed from all anxieties. When Duryodhana saw that Maharaja Yudhishthir had become very famous after performing the Rajasuya Yagya and was fully satisfied in every respect, he began to burn with the fire of envy because his mind was always poisonous. For one thing, he envied the imperial palace constructed by the demon Maya for the Pandavas. The palace was excellent in its puzzling artistic workmanship and was befitting the position of great princes, kings, or leaders of the demons. In that great palace, the Pandavas lived with their family members, and Queen Draupadi served her husbands very peacefully. And because in those days Lord Krishna was also there, the palace was also decorated by his thousands of queens. When the queens, with their heavy breasts and thin waists, moved within the palace, and their ankle bells rang very melodiously with their movement, the whole palace appeared more opulent than the heavenly kingdom. Because a portion of their breasts was sprinkled with saffron powder, the pearl necklaces on their breasts appeared reddish. With their beautiful earrings and flowing hair, the queens appeared very attractive. After seeing such beauties in the palace of King Yudhishthir, Duryodhana was envious. He was especially envious and lustful upon seeing the beauty of Draupadi. because he had cherished a special attraction for her from the very beginning of her marriage with the Pandavas. In the marriage selection assembly of Draupadi, Duryodhana had also been present, and along with other princes, he had been very much captivated by the beauty of Draupadi, but he had failed to achieve her. Once upon a time, King Yudhishthira was sitting on his golden throne in the palace constructed by the demon Maya. His 4 brothers and other relatives, as well as his great well-wisher Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, were present, and the material opulence of King Yudhishthir seemed no less than that of Lord Brahma. When he was sitting on the throne, surrounded by his friends and the reciters offering prayers to him in the form of nice songs, Duryodhana came to the palace with his younger brothers. Duryodhana was decorated with a helmet, and he carried a sword in his hand. He was always in an envious and angry mood, and therefore, on a slight provocation, he spoke sharply with the doorkeepers and became angry. By the craftsmanship of the demon Maya, the palace was so decorated in different places that one who didn't know the tricks would consider water to be land and land to be water. Duryodhana was illusioned by this craftsmanship, and when crossing water, thinking it to be land, he fell in. When Duryodhana, out of his foolishness, had thus fallen, the queens enjoyed the incident by laughing. King Yudhishthir could understand the feelings of Duryodhana, and he tried to restrain the queens. But Lord Krishna indicated that King Yudhishthir shouldn't restrain them from enjoying the incident. Krishna desired that Duryodhana be fooled in that way and that all of them enjoy his foolish behavior. When everyone laughed, Duryodhana felt very insulted and his bodily hairs stood up in anger. Being thus insulted, he immediately left the palace, bowing his head. He was silent and didn't protest. When Duryodhana left in such an angry mood, everyone regretted the incident, and King Yudhishthira was also very sorry. But despite all these occurrences, Krishna was silent. He didn't say anything against or in favor of the incident. It appeared that Duryodhana had been put into illusion by the supreme will of Lord Krishna, and this was the beginning of the enmity between the 2 sects of the Kuru dynasty. This appeared to be a part of Krishna's plan in his mission to decrease the burden of the world. King Parikshit had inquired from Shukadev Goswami why Duryodhana wasn't satisfied after the termination of the great Rajasuya sacrifice, and thus it was explained by Shukadev Goswami. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 75th chapter of Krishna, why Duryodhana felt insulted at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice. This was like a turning point in the story,
So
the Palace of Illusions. Yeah.
So that was actually the reason. So including the queens, Draupadi also laughs.
Yes.
Because of that reason, during when they actually lost thing, the gambling thing.
Yeah, the
So
gambling
then
match.
then he asks Draupadi to.
Yeah.
That was actually the reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the Mahabharata is described in great detail how Duryodhana goes there and how he stumbles and yeah.
I've seen so many movies, so many.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, please. You can continue.
So, chapter 76, the battle between Salva and members of the Yadu dynasty. While Sukadeva Goswami was narrating various activities of Lord Krishna in playing the role of an ordinary human being, he also narrated the history of the battle between the dynasty of Yadu and a demon of the name Salva, who had managed to possess a wonderful airship named Subha. King Salva was a great friend of Shishupala's. When Shishupala went to marry Rukmini, Salva was one of the members of the bridegroom's party. In the fight between the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty and the kings of the opposite side, Salva was defeated by the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. But despite his defeat, he made a promise before all the kings that he would in the future rid the whole world of all the members of the Yadu dynasty. Since his defeat in the fight during the marriage of Rukmini, he had maintained within himself an unforgettable envy of Lord Krishna. And he was in fact a fool because he had promised to kill Krishna. Usually, such foolish demons take shelter of a demigod like Lord Shiva to execute their ulterior plans. And so, in order to get strength, Salva took refuge at the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. He underwent a severe type of austerity during which he would eat no more than a handful of ashes daily. Lord Shiva, the husband of Parvati, is generally very merciful and he is very quickly satisfied if someone undertakes severe austerities to please him. So, after continued austerities by Salva for 1 year, Lord Shiva became pleased with him and asked him to beg for a fulfillment of his desire. Salva begged for Lord Shiva the gift of an airplane which would be so strong that it could not be destroyed by any demigod, demon, human being, Gandharva or Naga or even any Rakshasa. Moreover, he desired that the airplane be able to fly anywhere and everywhere he would like to pilot it, and be specifically very dangerous and fearful to the dynasty of the Yadus. Lord Shiva immediately agreed to give him the benediction. And Salva took the help of the demon Maya to manufacture this iron airplane, which was so strong and formidable that no one could crash it. It was very big machine, almost like a big city, and it could fly so high and at such a great speed that it was almost impossible to see. So there was no question of attacking it. It appeared to be the smallest covered with darkness. At, it appeared to be almost covered with darkness, yet the pilot could fly it anywhere and everywhere. Having acquired such a wonderful airplane, Salva flew it to the city of Dwarka, and because his main purpose in obtaining the airplane was to attack the city of Yadus, towards whom he mentioned a constant feeling of animosity. Salva thus attacked the city of Dwarka from the sky, and he also surrounded the city by a large number of infantry. The soldiers on the surface attacked the beautiful spot of the city. They began to destroy the nice parts and the city gates, the palaces and skyscraper houses, the high walls around the city, and the beautiful spots where people would gather for recreation. While the soldiers attacked on the surface, the airplane began to drop big slabs of stone, tree trunks, thunderbolts, poisonous snakes, and many other dangerous things. Salva also managed to create such a strong, withering wind within the city that all the Dwarka became dark because of the dust that covered the sky. The airplane occupied by Salva put the entire city of Dwarka into distress equal to that caused on the earth long ago. But the disturbing activities of Tripurasura, the inhabitants of Dwarkapuri, became so harassed that they were not peaceful for even a moment. The great heroes of Dwarka city headed the commanders such as Pradyumna, counteracted the soldiers and airplane of Salwa. When he saw the extreme distress of the citizens, Pradyumna immediately arranged his soldiers and personally got up on a chariot, encouraging the citizens by assuring safety. Yeah. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskachade Satarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Shri Radhe Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra Nitai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gora Hari Bol Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Ki Jai.
Mhm.